years have come and gone since that day.
Alright, welcome. I've tweaked my microphone settings just a little bit. I think honestly I need to tweak where it's placed so it's not above my head, but it's coming in and swinging out and under my head. But I don't really have the space for that on the table I've got, so we do what we do. So, anyway, today we will be doing a bit more than we did yesterday, where I did a short 2-hour stream. Today I'm hoping to do 4 hours at least, maybe 5, and we're just gonna continue making our way through the quests, whilst also doing the dungeons I have access to. So, recording started. Alright, so we have gather information on the reunion at Asum Steps. We have used Duty Finder to enter Kugane Castle. We have ride the transport shuttle to Vista. We have used Duty Finder to enter the Drowned City. We have used Duty Finder to enter the Temple of the Fist. And we have used Duty Finder to enter Delta Escape. So, Delta Escape 4. The Temple, Kugane. And the Drowned City. So I suspect that this one over here is also going to get me another duty to do, but right now the main quest is I've got to do the Drowned City of Scalia, and I'm just also interested in all the other quests as well, so, you know, we'll do them as they come. Over by the shops. The shoppe. And I still got like 1,000,001 side quests all over the place to do, and I just realized that chat or my Streamlabs visible. It's a problem that is easily fixed. Oh. Well, where are you? You're up, you're down, you're all around. Still further up, so I guess I gotta speak to the gate guard. Commence! Delta Escape 4. Well, we're fighting X-Death.
Finally, it is in my grasp. The power to control all creation. The power of the void.
Let's go.
You shall all be given to the void.
Fire Fury. Lizard Fury. Ooh. Crap, get away! Oh, there goes the edges. Gotta be careful. I'm willing to bet we can fall off now.
I am the Delta. I am the Omega. Why? The void was mine to command. How could it? Arrgh! Delta escape complete.
And I got all the stuff because I stayed to watch the Vigia level checker.
Delta 4 eliminated. No more Delta escape subjects remain. Initiating world shutdown.
I like these because they're straight up boss fights, and that's fun. Hopefully this is voiced, but I doubt it.
Thank the gods you're safe. When the shell around this place began to crack, we feared the worst. Given that all of us are present and corporeal, does this mean this area is no longer the Deltascape? Beep. Deltascape shutdown complete. Alpha Group is victorious. Congratulations. Your combat record has been archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds are still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your hurts and await further instructions. Blip. And with that, we've taken a significant step towards solving the mystery that is Omega. It hasn't been easy, but all in all, I'd say things were proceeding rather smoothly. We couldn't have done it without you, old friend. Come, let us return to reality and enjoy what rest we can.
Things are proceeding smoothly indeed. Too smoothly.
"'Tis well that thou harbourest doubt, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its test in complete secrecy, unbeknown to all. Yet not only did it betray its presence to you, it allowed you to come this far. Alpha, what art thou, truly? The instrument of a mortal's triumph, or the bait that lureth them unto their abyss? Thou knowest not thine own purpose. Then we can but watch and wait. Blip. Outcome unexpected. Projections gave Delta subjects the upper hand. Outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subject to stress. Initiating new test. Subject Alpha Group members to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Event found. The death of a comrade.
Well, that's not fun. It feels good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. You did well too, Alpha, fearlessly going into battle whenever you were called upon. We're glad to have you with us. Speaking of which, are you comfortable joining us out here? I'll take that as a yes. Well, then, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment of respite. But mayhap I should take this opportunity to compile the results of our investigations thus far. No rest for the righteous. Right then, let's head back to Rauga's Reach. Jesse will want to know exactly what we've been up to.
Let's take the Deltascape 4 off.
And then head on back to... I want to go to Kagane. Now we'll go to Relgus. I'll be honest, the Omega quest chain is one I'm actually kind of interested in. I want to see where it goes. While I'm not as interested in the other dungeons and whatnot, I still want to do them, though. Welcome back. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. The way I hear it, our investigation would have long since ground to a halt without you. I realize you're mostly interested in saving the world, but I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get, what with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone. Irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it. You didn't tell her? I did, after a fashion, though I may have exercised some exclusive discretions. I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors or your habits of confusing personal and company interests, but just because you've always done things a certain way, it doesn't make it the right way, and until you wake up to your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. But such irksome matters aside, aren't you just the most adorable little thing? He followed you here of his own free will, did he? Which means he's basically part of the family. And why wouldn't he? And why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to use his likeness? Shall we start off with a simple clockwork version? They'll be queuing up in the streets. Oh, you can't be. What in the seven hells has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize, but I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. Where are Biggs and Wedge? Shouldn't they be back by now? Oh, I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard from them, they said they were scouting Omega's controls for anything useful. Would have been a good while ago now, though. I don't like the sound of this, though we have all the necessary permissions. The area is technically a theater of war, and one littered with unknown Allagan artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We'd best take the Excelsior and go find them. Leaving again so soon? Nero, Belisar, I want you two to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours. Consider it done. I shall bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. Quack. Wanna come along, eh? It's probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse is liable to take a mold of you. Right. Let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Gridania. Wait for me at the landing. To Gridania! Looks like we're all here. Let's make haste to the Cardinone Flats. Go on ahead to the control room. We'll follow you as soon as we've moored the Excelsior. Why does a katana need, like, a guard? And guard? Uh-oh. Well, this... Oh, the death of a comrade. Ooh. Ooey, ooey, ooey. Thanks. Wedge. Let's use a Phoenix Down on them. I got a couple. But, I mean, Biggs and Wedge are the token death characters. Seven Hells. Biggs. Wedge. Are you alright? Answer me. Chief Balasar? A monster appeared out of thin air. Target exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha group members exhibit heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled. Omega, you set that thing upon them. Affirmative. I am able to create simple life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you. However, there are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly, those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings, who triumph in the face of apparent impossible odds, who perform what are popularly referred to as miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as a mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you into my domain. Oh, he angry. So putting on a show at the Yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was but a part of the plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the selfsame anomaly. You are fit to remain my subject. You will continue to participate in my experiment. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order, a threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star. Would seem we have much to ponder, but first things first, we must tend to our friends quickly. Help me carry them. Okay, good. Commence! Because I do actually want to do this. I'm also probably going to have to lower my volume a bit. Because dungeons tend to be a lot louder than raids. the drowned city of Scalia, hidden beneath the Alamegan capital. Dude, you watch the same cutscene as me. How does it take longer? I need to, you know what, I'll lower it by, well, I'll lower it by about a little more than 10%. That's a bit better. Defeat Kelpie. One boss down, 2 to go. Yeah. Banpuku D.
defeat the Old One.
Good way I hit with that. Oh, I get it. Chimera. Oh, nope. A Belgura? I don't know. No, not a Belgura.
Poison Tongue. A Roderick Poison Tongue.
This guy's got some unique attacks. Oh, right, shit. Fuck, I tried. Ooh. Turned into a person.
Bugger it.
Ooh. Voiced and hurried.
Are you all right?
Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
You know, I killed fiends horrid and numerous. As is my wont.
Much the same, then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
The motto of the adventurer.
By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Arenvold and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage. But I'm not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time, we should agree on some manner of handicap. We may have lost Alphino, but think of what we found. Quite. I am still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? You should have heard him scream. Must you dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. Oh, just an aside, we must tell people of the good news, and I think Lise should be the first to know. Seconded. This is to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Alright, so I can take the Drowned City off, and I've got 2 more dungeons to do. I've got This is likely to be a cutscene. Got it. I would have been shocked if it wasn't. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Belisar and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamiga's poor. Good. If there's as much as you say... Gods, if there's as much as you say... Arenvold did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spendings of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one more thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem! Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You best come see it for yourself.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on? Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
And what, that'll make you feel better?
come on, you don't mean that. We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down. Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
And I think clapping is the appropriate response.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
I'm not asking you to forgive her, I'm not asking you to forget what she's done, and I'm definitely not asking you to let her get away with it. I'm asking you to let us make sure she truly pays for what she's done. Death is easy. Death is quick. It's quick and easy, and it ends justice. And it will not give you back what was taken from you. It may happen making her truly pay for her crimes. My thanks, Rabon. Listening to the anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. All that unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here, with reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious soul even fought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. How
I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of races or origins, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kikern to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fodola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt the proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy the people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated, and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and would be no better than Theodoric or Senos. Begging your pardon, but might I ever be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past, the moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things. But in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born. And that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friend. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. She will want us. This is looking like it's going to be a long cutscene, so I'm going to withdraw from this. Give the commanders permission to enter, then. And I would be shocked if this wasn't voiced as well.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right. Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please! You have to do something! My husband and daughter are in danger!
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens! We have rights!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
And you wonder why they call you savages.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Fadola, please! You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier?
curse! Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you're no better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
The fact is, she can't conceive of a world where the Empire isn't their rulers, which is why she went this way instead of rebellion.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Now she gets a glimpse at what we've done. We opened a two-way street.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
I'm tossed between option 1 and option 3. So let's throw a coin. Heads for option 1, tails for option 2. Heads for 1, tails for 2. Sorry, tails for 3. But tails is what the... because I choose to.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
And I got the measure of our reach. No, sorry, the measure of our reach. The measure. Well, that would be an interesting song. So that is wind up X death. Neat. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye, and I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, but the visions only come to me every now and then, from the way Fordola kept wincing, though I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between the one who's born with the echo and the one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Odin's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? I want to get the, get into the next set of Omega raids. Ja, Duft. Garland and Alpha took out 2 wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. The chief bids me lend a hand, so I suppose I shall take myself there too. You, meanwhile, are return to Ralga's Reach and report to Jesse. My phone has been updated. Huzzahs all around. I heard there was trouble. What in the 7 hells happened? What? Omega loosed a fiend on Biggs and Wedge? Toying with people's lives like it was all a game. This is madness. So, will they be alright? The worst is past, but they still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for some time. And all we can do is wait and pray. Bah, God strike me down for a fool. I should have been more mindful for the dangers. I should never have... what? Activated Omega? You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. But is this truly any better? All mankind is being held up. All mankind is being held to ransom, and as the one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibilities. The responsibility? Just the kind of thing the new you would say. You are deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to combat. The old you understood this far better. He only looked forward and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about the proper uses of technology. It was in the wake of your dad's... your old man's mishap at Boja, I believe? Or Boja? Whatever. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is embrace who you are. A man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With little prospects of restoring the stasis system, I'm afraid we have no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Midgardsormr has the right of it, we face a legion of foes from history both real and imagined. Though I may not be the one but I may not be the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace, old friend. So please, for Biggs and Wedge, and all of us, don't lose. Where? I reckon the little scamp is trying to encourage us. We've fallen far indeed to earn its pity, said the former Tribunus. Until such time as Omega's next extends us an invitation, you will find me analyzing the data from our investigation. Good morrow to you. Before they were attacked, Bidge and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents and make the information available in the terminal over there as I extract it. Feel free to refer to it whenever the occasion arises. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend. We'll get through it together, somehow or other. Welcome, how may I assist you? I'll get to that in a second. Okay. Good morrow, valued employee. Thank you for all... You know what, honestly, I don't care enough. Oh. Delta Escape Savage. Okay, yeah, I figured that might be the case. It was just giving me the harder mode versions. I will properly read those when I'm done. Yeah, as I figured, it was just giving me the hard mode versions of these. Whereas I suspect, yeah, this will return me to the next ones. I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we've observed a huge surge of anomalous energy coming from the Yawn. I have a nasty feeling this means Omega's ready to go ahead with the next step of his experiment. But Master Garland is on his way, so let's hear what he has to say. Care to share your thoughts on this, Chief?
Our colleagues on the ground have reported the appearance of a mysterious floating structure inside the yawn. If you recall, we were investigating a similar anomaly when Alpha and Ita Root made their appearance. Omega certainly knows how to get our attention. I blush to recall the eagerness with which we plunged into the abyss, ignorant of the warped gladiatorial contests that await us within. But what a staggering collection of opponents plucked from the pages of both history and fiction for their ability to pose a threat to Omega. And should you prevail against these interdimensional champions, what then shall be your prize? Why, a battle against the most devastating weapon this world has ever seen. How marvelous. He says with eyes aflame, for once I wish you were being sarcastic. Anyway, the energy surge based on our previous experience, it seems highly probable that it's our signal to rejoin the fray. Needless to say, it is an invitation we cannot refuse, not when the alternative is Omega unleashing its creations on Eorzea. Well, are you ready to answer the call?
Like you even need to ask.
Well, I'm afraid Biggs and Wedge won't be answering any calls just yet. They're still mending from the ambush at the control center. Yes, of course. We'll just have to struggle on without them for the time being. Don't worry, Nero and I will see to it that you receive all the support you need. Defeat is not an option.
Where?
I do believe Alpha here agrees. Oh, that reminds me, I've got something special for you, little fellow. Come with me.
Please be a hat. I want it to be a hat.
Yeah. It's more than what I was hoping for. A custom-made Ironworks uniform. Oh, you look smart, I must say. Oh, you do look smart, I must say. He is part of the expedition team, after all, and considering the dangers lurking in the rifts, it's only right that we give him some protection. How very thoughtful of you, Jesse. And there I was thinking you were just sizing him up for a new range of merchandise. Unlike you, I can do two things at once. You're a famous adventurer. You can afford her own gear. I'll bet you could buy a house for the cost of what you're wearing. Joking aside, I doubt even a fine uniform like ours would last long on you. Or for the fighting you get up to, we'd need to tailor something specific to your needs. And make it far more durable material. And by durable, I mean expensive. Saying that, if you were in a position to provide said materials, I'm sure our artisans would happily work day and night, all blissful smiles and sparkly eyes, to make you something suitable. Fascinating that this discussion of Ironworks garment sure undoubtedly is. Might our time not be better spent, say, traveling to the Yawn? Omega awaits.
Actually, I haven't looked at like what the actual armor set is for. Like, what is this? What does it look like? Let's try on. It's not that bad, all things considered. but I like what I'm wearing already.
Leon, to the next part.
It's much harder to pick up my keyboard buttons now. I'm guessing we've got another duty to do before we get the dungeons? How inviting. I'm ready when you are. Say the word and we'll take the plunge. Right then, into the yawn we go.
I am with you, mortals, along with what scant wisdom I can provide.
You know, you could also provide us some of your dragonkin children. Might be helpful. Just saying. I'm guessing we've got another test before we get into the next 4 dungeons.
Dum. Dum.
Sorry about that, I was just fixing a window.
Well, the rift seems much as it did before. And we appear to be mercifully solid. But I do detect some changes. If I'm not mistaken, there are fewer eggs floating in the aether. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Omega, it would seem your experiment continued in our absence. Affirmative. Progress has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of test subjects have been eliminated. Each test would host an ongoing contest, wherein the strong eliminate the weak. The process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Every result matches the predicted outcome. Every result except yours. Do these images cause you distress? Please examine them closely. Without suitable stimulation, you may not exceed your calculable probability of success. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradictions I have discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one which I must acquire. Foolish machine, what hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Naught save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought of what befallen my homestar? Your attempt to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming, fight, win, evolve, then I will return to blip bloop. Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected, recalculating projected combat capabilities. I will now commence recording your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group, otherwise the obstacles in your path. Overcome the obstacles in your path and reach the end of the course constructed for you. It seems we have our orders. Shall we cut a path through the shaft then?
He's got cards! Ah, those are some nice cards, which means... One moment. Card games play? You mean to play a part in the proceedings this time? Of course that's what you meant. Well, we do have authorization to fight in this area of the rift, so I suppose there's nothing to stop you from joining us. Welcome aboard, Alpha. I'm guessing he's going to take the role of a healer. Ugh. Well, that was quick. Oh, no data escape to fly through this time. Ooh. Alpha? They're not here. Arrived at different platforms. Way to go, Alpha. Right, are we ready? Ah, apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. That perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation. I was wondering what happened to his hammer and his suit. Behold, the Mark 58 Iron Nero, complete with new weapon and improved mighty Mjolnir. Step aside, Garland, and bear witness to the devastation. Oh, there's more. Fighting Dandaluma. Duty complete. Mission complete. Ooh, that's that tells me that I'm gonna be fighting Kefka at some point. That seemed to be the end of them. End of the path as well. As far as operational duration goes, that was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. In between scrambling to stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about that card you used, Alpha. Care to explain? He boasted that it is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all of Omega's creation, Alpha was chosen for his prowess in battle. Blip. Analysis complete. Results match revealed projections. At the rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects of note. Midgard Sommer, your parameters are notably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me the mighty worm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn onto this far-flung star. That they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Hydaelyn, abiding thenceforth in spectral form, a servant of the blah blah blah. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet only to find that my journey's purpose was lost. Of necessity, my priority shifted to repairs, even as I searched for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet, I still do not understand why you aid these creatures. I should think the reason plain, but mayhap 'tis not so for a soulless machine such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid waste. The sound of thee, the very scent, via this upon my temper of rage, but I lend these mortal my aid. But to stop you, I don't know. It's hard for me to read what he's saying without getting in a bit close. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it would require an entity more powerful than you were at your prime,
Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. The experiment continues. Alpha Group, your next opponent awaits you within the sign, the Sigmascape. Enter and commence the contest.
And that clown mask screams to me of Kefka. I don't think Kefka ever actually wore a mask, but he did dress up as a clown. That should do it. Our new base of operations is up and running. Now, what I'd really like to do is delve a little deeper into Omega's past, but as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we had best focus on the task at hand. Let's get on with conjuring the occupants of this Sigmascape, shall we? Conquering the occupants of this Sigmascape. No slowing down. Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. That is the test world you need to conquer, the Sigmascape. Is that a mask or a face? The castle was certainly a surprise, but this is verging on disturbing. And we currently have no idea what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into our analysis. The problem being that without a reference point from within the Sigmascape to start from, we'll have no way of knowing if we're even analyzing the correct data. Which means you'll just have to go in blind. Might be the best way to enter into a fight, but needs must and all that. Are you up for the challenge? Can I ask you to join her, Alpha? We seem to be fine out here, but Balasar will need your authorization if she's to do battle inside the test world. Keep your wits about you, Savior. Your next opponent could be almost anything. I suspect it is a clown. The Joker of Final Fantasy. Sigmascape v1.0. Well, I don't need Deltascape v1.0. I need Sigmascape v1.0. Join! Alright, now let's focus on the main quest. What news? You spoke with Bordola, I take it? Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of course. I kind of expected that to happen, if I'm being honest. It's fine. Honestly, I don't mind if I get through these very quickly. So, who's our first combatant? Is it, as I suspected, Kefka? No, it's... Oh. Is it the Demon Train?
Palasar, we've located the correct data for your opponent. Appears to be a train. Here it comes.
Yeah, it's a ghost train from FF4. That light, we gotta suggest extraordinary purification. And 100% accidentally walked into that. It's totally not intentional. Oh. Take me! stars in the movie. Yeah, I figured we were gonna beat it before I had to worry about whatever that was. Minfilia and Traveler from Afar. Thank you for Doma. No, not Minfilia. I thought it might be looked like her from a distance, but no. I was completely wrong. Just two people from Doma, it seemed. Thank the gods you're fast on your feet. When I first saw you'd be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we can be fully certain we have the right set of data for the Sigmascape. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues as to its origins. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included, but the arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess at the source upon which the Sigmascape is based. But if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume that the author had a bad experience with a train. I don't know if there was a Doma in FF4 or 6, sorry. Let's Google. Doma FF6. There was a Doma Castle in FF6, so there you go. Right, an unfinished masterpiece. I expect you're still recovering from your last fight, but we should probably go over the details of your next opponent, all the same. According to our research, you'll be pitted against a foe known as Shandamuk. Not a train this time, but some manner of animated painting. To be perfectly clear, the name refers more to the evil spirit that takes up residence within the picture, but the picture part will be the key to our strategy. To that end, Nero has thrown together a little something I thought might be useful. Thrown together, he says. Do you know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into actual tools with practical application? What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. I seem to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit's due. Well done. History will appreciate my genius. To you I present the fruits of my labor, the Chocobo brush. I won't confuse you by trying to explain how it works, but suffice it to say that I have adapted the tool to combat the peculiar nature of your rival. Put simply, you will be able to directly influence the space around you by painting a picture. Naturally, the process will require paint. As for the color, subject, and efficacy of your masterpiece, well, that shall depend entirely upon your own artistic sense. Now, back to you, Garland. Do you notice the absence of a steaming cup in my hand? If you truly value the efforts of your colleagues, you might consider filling the bloody kettle from time to time? Or is that another task his lordship, the chief, can't accomplish without the help of his subordinates? Now listen here, Nero. I apologized for the damn kettle, but this has nothing to do with my upbringing. They're getting it. Their little rivalries, still ongoing.
Sigma V2.0, now accessible.
Alright, let's see if I can complete the next part of the other quest I was on before I get into this one. We shall see, won't we? What news you spoke to Paloro? Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Ironbold noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which explains why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have the time to lend a hand. Some of the ironworks are here, and there's Alphino down there. The device in which Cryo was held seems even more ominous now. You know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked supply subjects, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze this device, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the label? All the pods are designed to drain the aether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure aetheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. So many bodies, even one of the victims. Every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury from what we've been able to determine. They perished from forcible aether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. I'm gonna get the dungeon invite while I'm in here, I can tell you. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be most appreciated. Shall we start with you? taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Fancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with aether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case, Kryl, the patterns of her aetheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engineered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldier who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at the door night and day. She can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Isaor was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Grace Volga's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those who live, whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request for execution. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the result of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these god-forsaken procedures. And Fordola remains our best source of information. She will not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you are to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. Well, I didn't get the dungeon invite. I am honestly, truly, and utterly shocked. But there's another cutscene here, so I might get it now. I go looking for an answer about the echo and end up getting schooled by Raubon. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced the mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland after all. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? Here's a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Udar, or start again in the land of their birth. Belisar, a moment. Hello, Pippin. I am newly returned from Udar with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultations, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasure to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about, Arenvold? I am at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to head to Uda, get to where I expect the quest will be, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom and get a drink after washing my hands. I want the Chamber of Rule. Oh, so you want to be an alchemist. Right, as I said, I'll be right back. Just going to the bathroom and wash my hands, get a drink. I thought that might happen. Anyway, I'm back. Let's... You are expected, my lady. You are expected, my lady. Please proceed.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
You know that thing I said I'd do about washing my hands? I forgot, so I'm gonna go do that. Now I'm back properly.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel.
Voice has changed like so many others.
I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt.
Yeah.
Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure? Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
You're the Sultana. Alright, there's a lot of quests out there. The Rise and Fall of the Gentleman. Though I don't think any of them get me options or what have you. I think they're just like emotes and whatnot. Or just interesting quest chains. Maybe another day. I've got a couple classes that high enough level to be able to gain something from doing those quests. What do you think of Lilra the Merchant's Daughter? This is the disguise I don when I wish to leave the palace and absorb my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the gates of Nald. Gonna change my sheets and stuff on my bed tonight. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camped in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Fanaland's predators both. The city's mighty walls offers safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Udar. 20 years has passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Then my best has not been good enough. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interest in the eastern Fanaland, when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if this incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Rauban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth. He assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of the citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn of the monetarists' damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people of whom forgive my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Udar and visit the Colosseum. No, I was expecting that. We're gonna get ahead. Stigmascape V2.0. Who am I fighting this time? That is the question. Alright, the Evil Portrait. I'm gonna assume this is another FF6 boss, but I honestly don't know.
What a splendid atelier. Look around you, hero. Plenty of things in which to dip the brush.
Now, I don't see myself giving up the current weapon I have, so I should actually put some materia in it. A moon. You know what? I'm just gonna use this, see what happens. Interesting. Okay, so I turn into a plane. Oh, I'm gonna be that guy who takes everything. You. Do. Welcome back, Belisar. I was on the edge of my stool watching you attempt to paint whilst fighting, but you soon seemed to get the hang of it. I'm glad our makeshift solution worked as intended. Our makeshift solution worked as intended? Because I made it. Painting is easy as is intending. I feel I should remind you, however, that the brush was very specifically designed with that arena and that foe in mind. Against aught else, it will avail you precisely as well as any other brush. Excuse me. One moment. Aye, Scarlet. That's great news, and... They did they? Understood. We'll meet them out there. That was Jesse. Apparently Biggs and Wedge considered themselves well enough to pay us a visit. They're on their way to the Yawn. Fancy a brief jaunt to the surface? No thank you. I have data to analyze. Fine, just the three of us then. Gotta line my back up for this cutscene. Ugh. Chief, and Alpha too? We didn't mean to drag you all away from your work. Nonsense. After all you've been through, how could we not come running? Speaking of which, should you even be walking? The Chirurgians will probably want to have words with us later, but we couldn't just lie back and let you brave the threat by yourself. Do you even have enough hands for that much work? Who's taking care of that? Or the little jobs? Ah, yes, the little jobs. It does seem that you two have spoiled me. I only recently learned that the kettle does not, in fact, fill itself. But we're muddling along somehow. Belisar has been a pillar of strength as always. Alpha has proven to be a stalwart companion, and Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measures. As for the test subjects themselves, they're certainly formidable, but Omega's experiment hasn't broken us yet. So go home and heal, and don't come back until you're fully recovered. It's good to hear everything's going well, but you call us the moment anything goes wrong. We'll be out here in a wink, even if we have to crawl. Listen up. Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of Garland Ironworks. That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and that we can call on you. It means you're not alone. Biggs and I have to go away for a while, so I want you to look out for Belisar and the Chief for us, alright? Where? I want a plushie of that Chocobo. Oh, before I forget, we brought you something to put a spring in your step. You can't find Omega's creations on field rations alone. Okay, grade 2 infusion, dexterity, vitality, or infusion of the mind. I'm kind of digging this music, by the way. Now, what have we here? This next one seems strong, but exhibits no other notable traits. How dull.
The true challenge is the fourth opponent, but if I can find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason will prevail. Even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has but to isolate the behavioral triggers. Tastes like salt water. Why would... I need to take a closer look at that card. Omega's watching Nero. Alpha Group shows signs of recovering from recent trauma, initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. I don't think Nero's gonna die, if I'm being honest. He's too interesting of a character. Probably too likable of a character as well. So, 1 second. I just roll out my bike. Oh yeah, that feels a bit better. So, let's get into the quest. Won't let you pass. Alpha and the Chief have already gone back in, so don't let us keep you. Our colleagues over there should be glad to help you make the descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way to go yet, but if you keep taking it one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you... I mean, it'll all be over before you know it. So, Nero was attacked, but he seems fine. Back at you? We should return to the task at hand. Everything alright, Nero? You look a bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water. Not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. That would involve you filling it. The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time I'd prefer a beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparations for the fourth. Fair enough? Right. Your next foe is known simply as the Guardian. Unlike the ordeal with Shadownook, this battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you this day. Sigmar V3.0, now accessible.
From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust to an endless parade of documents, signing, and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from the ignominious chapter of my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raubon. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinked though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another. And my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raubon to die on the stands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raubon had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I did dismiss it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raubon is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the Syndicate. And then I had my blade.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shum. Raubon!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Ul'dah. And so, as tradition dictates, Raubon Aldin, You have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
Words cannot well express what the man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Roban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan's sword for long, and there are other places I would visit. The Arzaneth Ossuary. Would be the Thaumaturgy's Guild. Excuse me. I figured I walked too far. There it is. The form. She's skilled. When the calamity threatened, Roban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartanon, and I remained here. I prayed before my heart that Archon Louisu would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting the shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea, in much the same way I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Uldar. I have chosen my path. With Alamigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate the process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan school in Rauga's Reach, for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Uldar Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert? I missed that name. But no, I have not been to the Gold Saucer. Well, he is a most generous man, if something of an eccentric. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. I'm gonna go to the shopping area first then. Put some materia in my sword, because I don't expect I'll be giving up on it for a little while. How many slots it got? It got dos. And what materia do I have, if any? I have Quick Tongue, I have Battle Dance, I have Savage. What do I actually want, though? Do I want Determination? Affects the amount of damage dealt by both physical and... Yes, I want Determination. So... Okay, well, I guess we're doing that. Let's also sort these first, so yeah. Alright, let's fight this guy. Oh, I'm doing the Temple of the Pissed. Let's beat this dungeon. So that I can take it off the list. So I have one Savage Sugar to give me 12 Determination. Base item level needs to be 1. Okay, so yeah, my materia is kind of not that good. Defeat the cause. Oh, I wasn't getting out of that. There's another enemy I need to see. Sweet arbors. Arbora. Alright, making our way up to the top. I didn't use the limit break. You had no reason to do that. That was 100% a waste. So we have to defeat Oral Fist. Oh, get the one finger. Oh. Well. Skis. Oh, cool. So as I was saying, I wanted to... You know what? I don't. I am actually going to go to Limbs Elemental for a sec, and I'm going to see what I can pawn off to... Flame... No, not the flames, not the Twin Adder, the serpents. No, wait, the Twin Adder is the serpents. The, whatever there is. Whatever that one is, what... Alright, so I can take the Temple of Fist off. The Storm Lieutenants. Storm. Yeah. I thought I might have just a crap load to give over. Would I like to give all one? No. Right, so let's get in both of those, and then back to Fenelon. And off to the... I want to go to the airship landing. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. Seek passage to the Gold Saucer. The Gold Saucer. The Mandeville Gold Saucer. Of course. Let's just wait on that for a second. Is there a... Yes. I may miss out on this, but I'm... Okay, good. Someone else left. That's... Honestly, I'm chappy with that. Because I want to get this before I... So I can quickly come back here. Oh. Do I automatically get it? Wouldn't it be under... Yes. Sweet, I already get it. There are just 1,000,001 plus quests here. All of them, I assume, just unlock, like, mini-games and what have you. I've heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. No. I want to see what these gaudy temptations have to offer me. World of Wonders. What does it get me? It gets me a Gold Saucer ticket, redeemed for one free play at any of the Gold Saucer mini attractions. The mini attractions? Jumbo Catpot, Mini Catpot, Chocobo, they do have Chocobo Racing. Not what I'm here for, though. Nope, wait, I did want to go down here. How do I get... speak to Gatekeeper. No. Like that. I believe this is where we will meet Lord Mandeville. The good thing I... Oh well, I'm either gonna get into it or I'm not. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the Sultana herself comes calling, there is no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Fanaland. You are aware, I am sure, that many of the Alamegans' displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on this matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me the desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldar's wealth to save Alamegan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically, I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Uldar in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Gir Avania's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Uldar's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentment, but to spread goodwill? Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldar? Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor. You want to swap? There you go. Now you getting it? Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Perhaps Lord Lolorito? Ordinarily, I would not rush to any agent of the East Aldernon Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure or for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers, I shall await your report by Aetherite in Udar. A fair journey to you, and a swift one, if you please. Right, BRB. Sorry about that. My brother just called for a bit of assistance. Alright, the Ruby Bazaar is pretty sure that's where I want. Well, sir, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I beg your pardon? Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Udar? My dear Belisar, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure. And I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Olorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garden robe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say, at the Scion's former headquarters in Fanalan, the Waking Sands. Would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, and may your dealings prove profitable. Ooh. Interesting aesthetic. So we're told that there should be nothing complicated about this. The Guardian will transition between a host of different combat programs. Try to keep up with it, or whatever it said. Bam, bam. Ooh, yeah, I kind of saw that coming. Thank you for the res! What? I was not in that! That was horse crap. I call shenanigans. Congratulations. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams. And this is what passes for straightforward battles in here? Phantom trains possessed pitchers and now Magitech-like machines? Assuming it was real, the realm of Sigmascape is based on must have been highly advanced in both arcane and mechanical arts. 'Tis truly a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances. But now is not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world, and Nero should have a strategy to share with us by now. This is it, the final battle to conquer the Sigmascape. We've put together a profile of your next opponent. You've encountered some fantastical foes in here, but this time you will have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka, and he's a jester. According to the data, his preferred mode of fooling didn't just bring the houses down, but the whole world. Apparently he found comedy in the tragedy over others and condemned countries, countless thousands, to death for his own amusement. That jester should bring such misery. 'Tis almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with more seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over the shattered world is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. You've been working on a solution, yes? Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you ever known me to do anything by halves? The jester's face paint is a mask for his intent. If you only watch the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kefka will seek to deceive you. Even as you predict his actions and adjust your position, his true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where things become interesting. I have tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with greatly enhanced clarity. If I observe a discrepancy between Kefka's behavior and the impending attack, I will endeavor to warn you. The timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you of this strategy? I predict a 50% chance of success, and any delay, however slight, in reading his feint will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There is no safe way to practice this, hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. I'm afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from here. Make what preparations you need and head into the Sigmascape. We can't let this jester have the last laugh. Embrace your destruction is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild and new lives will always be born. Fragment conversation to that accompanied Kefka's data. His was the first line, but there was no mention of who uttered the reply. How predictably forthright of you. I'm sure it was the hero, much like yourself, who gave the original response. Go on, champions. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin. Sigmascape V4.0, now available. I'll accept that one in a mo. Welcome back. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? Lolorito? You agreed to this. I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarists at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat him if I am to rule Uldar effectively. Very well. I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. We cut him down and take his wealth. That's how we deal with him. He's not evil incarnate. He's just, he just works under different principles to us. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Subtle, buddy. Subtle. Mask to mask.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say, I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Alagana, Alagiri, or the Sultry. So, Alagiri is already pretty well off as things stand. The Sultry is also pretty well off since it's right next to the capital of Alamigo, so it's going to get support from there, whether we give it support or not. But will that be enough? Or will enriching it further enrich the whole? And Alagana has the, if I'm remembering right, Alagana is the first place we went to, which was the most, or the least well off. The place that could probably do with the most support. Okay. Honestly, all of them could do with support, but which could use the most, I don't know. Roll a d6. So 1 or 2 would pick answer 1 or 2. Let's roll up. Yeah, 1 or 2 will be answer 1 or 2. 1 or 2 will be answer 1, 3 or 4 will be answer 2, 5 or 6 will be answer 3. Ooh, looks like we got answer 1. Alagana.
Yes, Quarry Town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion.
Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. We'll probably just have to answer all of them at least once.
Yes, if a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
That's honestly what I was thinking.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Sultry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Point. I don't know what I'd do without salt. It goes on so many of the foods I eat. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations, but I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you. I could not have done it without you. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, I would ask that you convey the details to our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the people of Alamigo and Uldar both.
Kugane Castle.
Gonna save the Bugyu. The Bourgeois. Let's save the Bourgeois. You got a cool outfit, my friendo. Izuku Manu. Zuiko Manu. Crap. That's not good. Oh, that's very not good. I am so screwed. Have I? No, I don't have it. Let's check in the charge on my headphones. Which are... oh, they're still way... they're good. Dogen Marn. Almost done.
You've done well to make it this far, but I'm afraid your journey ends here. Come.
I missed the name.
Yojimbo. I want them dead, you hear me? Dead!
Ooh, stop dragging me along with you.
Your coffers appear empty, Kageyama. If you cannot pay the price, then I am finished here.
Right.
I'll hand those in later.
I think the only one I've got right now is Sigma Space. There's a Mender out here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there will be a Mender over here in Girabania, I'm sure. Local Mender. You're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience for the Sultana? So, Raubon says he's going to return to Udar, but she isn't sure he wants to. That was something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Sultry does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Loloritu's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lys, assuming the interim government elects to accept Udar's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Udar to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Loloritu too much control. Honestly, Alpino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though. We need to discuss this proposal with the Sultry residents. Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should what wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. I think once I finish Sigmascape V.40, I think I'm going to call it. I'm getting a bit hungry and I've been going for about 4 hours now, which was about as long as I wanted to go for. But we'll see how I'm feeling when I finish it. What matter of mischief bring you youngins toward what this time? They want to rebuild the Sultry, Grandad. Tell them about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties quieting up to queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to kill the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Grandad. We'll take care of all of that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. Truly I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, eh? But mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you up by the lock. While you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the soldiery to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, I got a spyglass here. You can use to take a closer look at all the pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do and we'll see how well I get on. Well, oh, discover its weak point. So where the hell am I supposed to click the stupid thing? Learn more about the Yabi. Tried the underside of its head a few times. Ah. There we go, it lights up, okay. The Yabi's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, looks like you've found a Yabi. They say hitting the shores like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right, then wish me luck. Dangerous, but no risk, no reward. Thanks. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's fight something else. I think I can handle the yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Do 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 do. The Phobad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Ugh, Phobad. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard. As hard as you can. Inside its head, is it? I'll try and stab it right between the eyes, then. Not easy fighting with the liberators of Alamigo, watching your every move, but I got the job done. Thanks for the advice. I feel a lot better preparing for my patrols now. Anyway, we should get back to the soldiery before Grandad starts to worry. I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchling. Alright, let's fight our boy Kefka. Then we're probably gonna get to see what Omega did to Nero. I wield the greatest power in existence. You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boot, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. then we can be pushed off the stage. I am the Sigma. I am the Omega. I lost? How could I lost? I just can't believe it. Wind up Kefka has been added to the loop. Oh, what that? Sigmascape complete. Alright, so the wind up has got need that. Or it's that I don't care about. That's it, isn't it? She's won. This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigmascape test world will now be erased. Come on, we should go and find Balasa. Nero? Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You could say that. I had a visitor while you were attending your little Ironworks reunion. Omega. We should never have left you alone, not after what happened to Biggs and Wedge. As if I would trail along behind you like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. This was my victory. It was my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious warrior of light was just another variable in my grand experiment. All right, Nero. Save your strength. I'll fetch Balasar and Alpha, and then we can get out of here. Garland. The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours, to do what must be done. And I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega.
You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked up in chains. Another battle won. Thy might knoweth no bounds, child of man. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Balasar Big Man. Consistent with previous performance, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activities. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuation in values, it is possible your limits are exceeded by an unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle. Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiment may be compromised. Recalculation necessary. You will exhibit your full potential unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction: placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt to escape with every last reserve of strength you possess. Ode. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Curious, 'twould seem the circumstances of my birth taint not the purity of thy life. Thus, the seed which all mortals' nature is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence and judged that my guidance here is no longer needed. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength in the last. But so be it. Such a death becometh thee not. To slumber shall I betake me for a time. The incarnation I leave with thee be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgard Summer, again your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel, thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which by thine own admission defies thine understanding is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire, trust to the result of thine experiment, and when thou hast witnessed these mortals in thy fullest of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempting to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Alpha, I need your help. It's Nero. He's... Would seem we all have a tale to share, but not here. Come on, we're leaving. Madam, the chief has departed for Relga's Reach. A few of our people were on hand to help him transport Nero. Oh, and I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient, and by that she generally means now. Well, I've got 2 quests to hand in here. I may as well do both of them. I was told you made it out of that hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own eyes. In case you're wondering, Nero was taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Chief, how is he? Not good. It seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but having seen his injuries, I'm surprised he kept going for as long as he did. The Kyogians confined him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Midgard Summer is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? And it won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again. When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you'll need someone reliable at your back. I appreciate the offer, Jessie, and I may yet take you up on it when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do about what happens and about what lies ahead. Where? The poor thing, he seems worried. Well, that got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says, but I think we can understand how he feels. Right. Much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face Omega itself, and we've all seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are.
Sigmascape. Savage, now accessible. I'm not gonna be honest, I don't care about this. I too am most eager to hear just what went on in the closed fist. You fought with Ivan Koofist? I have read that he honed his martial prowess by wandering the mountains fighting all the Koos he could find. They say he took the creature's movements for his own, devising a style of fighting like no other. I think he has been waiting there all this time for a new challenger. My mind is made up. I too will become a monk. Hearing your story, I realized that I must meet Ivan Koofist myself. I will need to strengthen both body and mind, to have any chance of reaching him. And I plan to start by working on mind. There is still much I need to read about the monks and their religion. Or perhaps I would be better served by searching for a local that is versed in the fists of Ralgr. Allow me to thank you. I would not have awoken to my true calling had you not shown me the temple. The next time our paths cross, I imagine I will look somewhat different. Until then... Well then, I don't care. I want to get a glimpse at who my next challenger is. The Omegascape. I don't know if that's what the next one is called, but that's my guess. I have read it, but I forgot it. The beginning. In the beginning, there was chaos. Good timing, Belisar. There's been another anomaly detected at the Yorn. Assuming previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another of Omega's so-called invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or two, then we can discuss this with Master Garland. He should be here soon. He should be here by now. I bet my stock in the company he's fiddling with that research data. Well, I suppose I should explain, even if the Chief might prefer me not to share. After you last ran with Omega, Master Garland had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire, from Garlemald. The notes are part of Midas Nund Garland's legacy, who was, of course, the Chief's father and the Empire's preeminent engineer. The incident at Boja Citadel, do you know of it? Boja was an Imperial fortress. It was there that Midas constructed the Lunar Transmitter, a device built to communicate with Dalamud. Emperor Solus had ordered Midas to devise a means to destroy Primals, and so he sought to harness the power of the Red Moon. The project was a failure, though he succeeded in controlling Dalamud alright.
but the immense energies emitted from the satellites vaporized not only the transmitter, but the entire town in which it was built. And as you can imagine, the job of sifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garland was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition of the Empire's path of conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The Chief wanted nothing to do with the lunar transmitter or the data used to create it. Until now. I think he means to put that research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given the time frame, there can be no other explanation. Listen to me. The Chief's genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. But even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do things by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have to believe that. Sorry I'm late. Was a little too focused on my work and lost all sense of time. That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? In any case, I've shared the situation at the Yawn. Good. Then you know that Omega is likely ready to continue with its tests. Shall we go and knock on the door? But Chief, Biggs and Wedge aren't fit for field work, and the Kyogians give Nero strict orders to stay abed. And what of Midgar Samar? Still taking his nap, is he? That leaves only you, Balasar, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I... Oh, that leaves only you, Balasar, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I joined. No. I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop that I need you to finish putting together. I've drawn up the design and completed the core mechanisms. The final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your ability. A new device? Does this mean you use the... Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe in there. Right. It's back to the rift for us. Let's finish these experiments and bring the fight to Omega itself.
Oh, it's 10:30. Okay, once I've gotten up to the next scape, once I can actually start doing it, that's what I'm calling it. So basically, I assume I'm gonna have another duty that I have to do, you know, a solo duty type deal to get things going. Are you ready? There's no room for hesitation. We press on, come what may. What about you, Alpha? All set to go? Quack, quack, quack. That's the spirit. Let's dive right in, shall we? Seems to just be one left in the big eye. I suppose there's a few smaller ones beneath it. We're missing some test worlds. Omega's experiments must be nearing an end. Welcome, welcome. Your arrival has been highly anticipated. And I will confirm your earlier supposition. My experiments have indeed reached the final stage. Of the 89 test subjects I trialed,
4 Psi groups combatants emerged victorious. Of those 4 further conflicted determined the strongest among them. This surviving specimen shall be your opponent. We've come to the last round of testing then, and should we win this battle, are we to finally face you in combat? Affirmative. Such an outcome would allow me to pursue my objective to its conclusion. I would continue analyzing the qualities which allow you to prevail despite your frailty, and integrate said qualities into my own arsenal. I will be pleased if my experiment yields the relevant data, but engaging you directly is still the most efficient and reliable testing method. Omitting intermediary steps, evaluation of combat potential deemed superfluous, proceeding immediately with final experiment. Stop. Alpha, your task is complete. Your presence among these test subjects is no longer required. What do you mean by that? I will guide your progress personally. From this point onward, Alpha's role in transferring authority is now obsolete. Even so, Alpha is a valued companion, and if he wishes to continue on with us, I've no intentions of leaving him behind. Companions are those who provide mutual benefit. The instant Alpha's authority became redundant, he lost his sole qualification to be regarded as such. Furthermore, the primary function of Alpha's existence was to lure you into my domain. He would be more accurately described as bait. Subject Alpha can neither confirm nor deny my statement. He possesses no memories prior to his encounter with you. He was the first entity I created here in this realm, my first and only attempt to recreate a being who shared your mundane parameters. I based its incarnation upon a most ordinary life form, one which had somehow bested an enemy whose strength rivaled my own. By observing the feeble creature in the heat of battle, I sought to understand the source of this contradiction. A chocobo beat something as strong as Omega. That's hilarious. I repeated the experiments once, twice, 1,000 times, yet the result never deviated from the estimated projections. The test was an abject failure, and thus I resolved to adapt my methodology. I would focus instead upon simulating powerful opponents and summon mortals of natural origins here to combat them. For Alpha, I devised a new purpose. I erased his memories and planted a compulsion to return to me, then ejected him into your world. Weak beings exhibit a tendency to form groups. I surmised that this instinctual behavior would aid Alpha in bringing me the test subjects I required, a function he has performed with adequate competence. Tell me something, Omega. This ability of yours to generate matter was not originally intended for creating other life forms, was it? Your query bears little relevance to the topic at hand. Affirmative. I was equipped with matter generation capabilities for the purpose of unlimited self-improvement and armament expansion. Fabricating life forms was not the intended function, but practice is not otherwise prohibited or problematic. I disagree with you there. As an engineer, I would advise against using such technology for purposes outside its design. From the very start, you've been making the same mistake. Even the powerful subjects of your test worlds were made crippled and incomplete. It is conviction which drove these villains to terrible greatness, the same limitless conviction which allows weakling heroes to overcome them. Do you not understand? Then we will never lose to your creations, no matter how much stronger they should be according to your soulless calculations. Come, let's be on our way, you two, Alpha.
Don't know why they needed to take us out of the cutscene for this one, but whatever.
Have our base camp up and running. You can drive into the final test world whenever you wish. As for the world's inhabitant, Omega has generously provided us with a basic profile. Unless, of course, this is an entity from another reality, as were the denizens of the Sigmascape, in which case it may be pointless to even attempt to confirm the details. What is certain, however, is that this chaos stands triumphant over a roster of truly monstrous test subjects. It promises to be a grueling battle, but one which will open the gates to fighting Omega itself. Alpha, you and I will need to provide support for Balasar. Will you be my assistant? You're bothered by what Omega said earlier. You think you're responsible for dragging us into this mess? Trust me when I say it's not your fault. We were the ones who awakened Omega, and we're the ones who need to deal with the consequences. By the way, do you still have that card you used to boil water in the kettle? It's been brought to my attention that I'm a spoiled blue blood who can't even refill a pot without constant reminders. If you could take charge of that, then it would be most helpful. It is inconvenience without Midgar here to translate his chirping. Still, the best medicine for his worries is for you to win the next contest. Let's show him we're on top of things, eh?
Chaos, the final boss of Final Fantasy I. Alphascape V1.0. BRB, Barford Break. back. Let's do it. Though I suspect there will be Alphascape V.2, 3, and 4 as well. It seems to be the way of things. I'm going to keep going for longer than I anticipated, but I will be stopping at some point in the near future. %, still got plenty of charge left. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? Aye. Fought them myself after a bit of instruction from Balasar here. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shorelines clear. Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Whisker. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot, things like getting the sorcery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. It seems Whisker and the sorcery security has the sorcery security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next step with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings.
Message from General Alden, sir. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience.
Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Uldar. You should go.
General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in Alamegan quarters. My apologies again, miss. Fare you well.
Right. You know what? It would be much quicker just to teleport. Let's do that. So is this about... I wonder what this is about. Will it be about the flames, what they're researching, or will it be about where his future is going to take him? Those are the questions that need answering. This looks like the conversation of deep introspective.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
For what they did, what should the punishment be? Execution is easy and quick, and it means you don't have to worry about them in the future, but it doesn't really make up for what they've done. I believe in making people live out their punishment, but not by sitting them in a jail cell.
These animals. Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any
Work
event,
them to their
thank
death.
you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard.
No. I don't mean let them live or let them go through. I mean work them till they die. Put them towards building up Alamigo. Until they can't build it anymore.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilbert's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamigan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness.
New leadership?
Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
I say put those that have caused suffering to the people of Alamigo to work bettering Alamigo. Put them in the harshest of work you can. Work that you can't reasonably send other people to. You'll either die, you'll either get your execution, or you'll get results. Both of them will make the people happy. Cruel, yes, but you also get something out of it. That took longer than I intended, but at least you were there. But at least you know where I stand. Now then, now that's settled, Arenvold, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vira. These These are Kaliana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They've insisted they be allowed to attend council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kaliana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. You've dealt with the Kalianan before. I'd have you at my side. Want to become banned? Also, Raban, good. Gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten you. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss. But we did not come here. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Gir Abania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoy of Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry you have. You have my word that it will be returned when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we've come to we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have the people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chambers. Why do I have a feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? Probably because you have. $70, 3, 8. Well, as long as I can still, yeah. As long as I can still enter my dungeons, there we go. Oh no, wait, that's because of my ESC. Dress up, Raban. The Kaliana Elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you? Aye. It is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there's no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Kaliana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The gods must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? Alright, I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarters. You can go ahead, if you like. My thanks. I will see you at the palace. Yeah. What am I doing on Alec? I get 1,000. I'm almost good enough to start buying the jewelries. Sir, I brought reinforcements. Arenvord told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agree that it would be prudent to call upon Ishtola and Famcrit as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kaliana tribe myself, but LSA's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them, sorry. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Ishtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Belisar, do you know the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guards there should have been instructed to let us pass. Is this going to be an expert little Shmi Lakshmi fight? Have they already acquired enough crystal to resummon their primal? You're for science, miss? General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside if you follow me. Now this one I expect to be voiced.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lys Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there?
Or should something
Let's
else
here
sit there?
in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfred. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Well, that wasn't unexpected at all in any way, shape, or form.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Gods damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No, you don't!
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Or dead.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
They acquired the necessary crystals to bring her back damn quick. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. If I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Isn't that right? Use the duty action to deflect to dissipate the Aether Spears Lakshmi releases during battle. Be warned that allowing any ally to be enthralled by the Aether Sphere will result in failure. Right, so
offer you peace and serenity.
I shall free you from your hate!
You get the awesome music though.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
She is another Echo user. Activated time maneuver. Ready? Success!
Your souls weigh heavy?
They got that covered. Be nice if I could use Limit Break.
Here it comes!
Yeah, unfortunately, Lise can use Limit Break. It's 2 for 2.
We did it! We beat her!
I expected to have a bit more haste. Either kill yourself or get up. We need your help.
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Someone's not going to be happy to see her.
Seven hells. It's her, the butcher.
She gets to experience every bit of pain that she's caused.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
But only had the courage to do it against the Empire. Well fought, Lassar, Irongold. Was any thing? Aye, our stand against the Kaliana would have been a brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned it far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primos can be. I should have... It was my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass. We were all caught unaware. We will take this as a lesson and watch out. And watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thrall in our ranks. The soldiers who first spoke up in favor of the Kaliana keeping their weapons springs to mind. Primal's servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any other acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Ishtola. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Cordola turned up. What was she even doing here? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfield was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Cordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Cordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what happened right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. There's a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth taking. Rest assured that that I would do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seems ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. You and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it once this quest is handed in. It's 11:30 my side, and I'm getting hungry.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time.
No, there's no reason you can't come back here again. You can have a leave, or something of the Sultana might require you to come back.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Rabon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubarn. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Ulda.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Again, the same holds true. There's no reason you can't return to Ul'dah from time to time. You deserve leave of duty as much as the next soldier.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubarn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation. if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
Well, that was unexpected, though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Alright, I'm at the end of patch 4.1. I think it's about time I head back to Rogue's Reach. What's next for all of you? LSA will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you've no objection. I'd welcome the company. Why don't you come along the Reach as well, once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others. Once I hand this in, I'm going to call it, because that'll be the end of patch 4.1, and I'll be moving into 4.2, which I can start on tomorrow. However, well, actually, I don't know. I won't be doing a stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is D&D night, so yeah, I won't be streaming tomorrow, and I've got to also work on some assessments. I got a 1,500-word essay that I've got to start. So yeah, I'll probably be focusing most of tomorrow on that, D&D and my classes. Thursday, I won't be playing this because Tales of Arise come out Thursday, and I will be playing that, no questions asked. And actually, that'll probably become my focus for until I beat it and I'm done with it. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Banquet and Ishtolo when we heard the report of the primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-based champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kaeliana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day, but someone has to make the effort. At reconciliation, if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisal will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and Emma tribes first. I plan to have Resistance scouts keep track of the Kaeliana movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the Resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What, the Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command onto me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Rauga's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance's spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray, but that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Raoborn as overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its army, and given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friend. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch Alamigo bloom. Ooh, we're over in Kugane. Oh, Getsetsu. I do thank the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the sea. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pocket, new attire we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads. I surrender my blade to secure what few coins we have. Are we getting the classics? Ah, it's like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive and I must return to my master's side. Come, Suyu. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Yep. I get the feeling we're getting the classic. The damage caused to her made her forget who she was, and now we're getting to see a side of her that is far, far more innocent than the cruel one we saw before. What she could have been had the world not beaten her down so much. But I could be wrong. I've been in the past. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do you believe everything you read? I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chest and boasted loudly of taking his head, regardless. Hey, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the province has begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and above all accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to the claim. Who's this? That is so angry about what he hears. Or at least seems to be, anyway. Right. And with that, as I said, I am calling stream as I have been live for 6 hours. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. As always, if you like what I'm doing and you haven't already, please give me a follow. That's all I ask for. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, actually, I don't ask. I can't ask for less. Just do whatever the hell you want. But a follow would be nice. Anyway. Ciao for now. I will probably see you again on Thursday with some Tales of Arise.